Up in my nose. For the record, the average completionist time of Metroid Prime is like 15 hours, and I am 16 hours into the game. So, until another hour passes, I'm technically still in the ballpark. Now, admittedly, I'm probably like 6 hours from beating it, but still. That's pretty far in, right? That's drinking water, not picking my...
Will he really?
He will. I don't know if he will tonight. We'll see. We're far enough into this game that I no longer know where I am. So distance-wise, I could be 2 hours from beating it. I could be 7. I would guess it's not more than 5, though, so not more than 2 streams. If I wanted to, I could probably beat it tonight, but it would end up probably being a long stream. What area is he in? I believe I just finished the mines. Glorious difficulty spike in the game. I'm in completion 31%. Ignore that because there's side content that I'm not getting. Also, it said 10 hours. I didn't point it out, but it said 10 hours completed. And it's a 13-hour runtime. So if I could, maybe I could beat it in like 3 to 4 hours. Maybe I'll beat it tonight. We'll see. Nose pop. But hey, everybody. I am jumping back into Metroid Prime. I didn't do any in-between streams weekend. Last week or two, I've been doing like more Sunday, Monday streams, but I've been doing a lot of drawing, and I kind of just wanted to commit my night to taking a break rather than sitting on the computer. I'm officially full throttle into OC designing. Feel like I've figured out how to make, forgive my language here, bomb sonas. And make them distinguishable character designs, so I've been weeding through just dozens of little characters. But before I talk about what I've been up to, I gotta remember where I'm going. Because I think I ended... So I got the power shot. And I don't remember what the area is called, but at the end of the mines? Phazon mines, like here, you run into these giant truffle mushrooms that you can't really jump past. Basically a bunch of dead ends around here, it seems like. Specifically, I think in, like, this area. So, I'm gonna go back to where I know I can use the power shot, like in the foresty jungle area. And I'll probably find some ways to progress there. But I do have to... I have to go all the way back to the hub world for that. Tricky. But this is what the power bomb is. It's not power bombing. Oh. I make... The power bomb? Oh, wait, okay. I was worried that, like, I closed the game without saving and I lost the power bomb. The power bomb uses ammo, and I don't have ammo. But it's basically a nuclear warhead instead of the little bomb. I didn't lose progress, I just don't have ammo. So I gotta go all the way back to... Lord even knows. Gotta go back to, like, here, I think. It would be nice if I could at least click on an elevator and then have it go to where the elevator leads on the minimap. Because all I remember is one of these elevators leads to where I want to go. Endra drifts south. You've ever ridden in the car with your parents and they give you the GPS and they're like, where are we going? Figure that out. That's basically what Metroid Prime is. I have to figure out how to get here. So I'm going to the green area. I'm in red. So I'm probably going to have to go all the way through Chotso Ruins. Because I don't... Yeah, Fenendra Drifts is like the opposite way. Oh, brother. So I'm going to have to cross all of Magamore, I think. Whew. If anyone here has beaten this game, I typically try to just beat it without hints, but I'm just going to say now, if there is a way to progress through, is it Phazon Mines after you get the power bomb, tell me now. Because I don't want to cross all of Magamore only to discover that I should have been here anyways. There isn't for you yet. Okay. That's all I needed to know. So I'm crossing until I see my first Talon Overworld West. That might work. Okay. So I'm just going to walk through here until I get to Talon Overworld West. Ignore the green hand if it shows up unannounced. But yeah. Another update. The bird that is perched on the wreath of my front door is still there. And I have learned that in most states it's actually illegal to move bird nests. So it would be illegal for me to remove the bird's nest from my front door. Which means I can't use my front door now. Because it's like government... It's government defended property. It's that bird's home, essentially. Technically, if they haven't laid eggs, you're allowed to move a bird. But once they've laid eggs as part of like a nature preservation thing, I guess you can't. So I'm just sort of stuck with it in there. But I'm a little worried because this bird didn't perch. Imagine this is a wreath, right? It didn't perch in the middle of the wreath. It perched on the edge of the top of it. So it has... I'm worried that once the eggs hatch, that the weight of it might, like, make it fall. And I'm not totally sure what to do. And I've been thinking of maybe putting a counterweight on the other side of the wreath, just so these birds don't fucking plummet to their death the second they hatch. I'm gonna be completely honest. The bird that set up shop there, terrible architect. She did not prepare at all for the longevity of her home. The second her babies grow, there's a chance that I don't think, like, I'm not expecting it to fall, but I'm worried that it will. There's a chance that they hatch. It's not like a cheap wreath, right? It's on a metal container. So it could hold. But I don't know. I'm figuring out if I need to do anything to make sure these birds don't die. Which is not a responsibility I ever expected to have thrust upon me, but I guess that's how responsibility is, isn't it? No one ever asks for it. It just comes to you. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll get to eat them. How was the omelet? Oh, it was really good. I oversalted it a little. I'm never salting an omelet with one hand ever again. Learned my lesson. But it was pretty good. Okay. So that actually was pretty quick. This leads me right back to the landing site, which is where I wanted to be. You have to move it. Call someone who can move it legally. Well, there is... You are supposed to... I looked it up. You're only supposed to call someone, and if it's in a position that's... Like, if you see a bird's nest next to a volcano and you know the birds are gonna die, then you need to move it. I think the law is if you know the bird's nest is gonna break, you should call someone. But you can't just move it if it's inconvenient. And technically, a front door is just inconvenient. It's not necessarily dangerous for the bird. But as much as I like having a bird's nest on the front door, I think I might need to call someone just because I'm not worried about I'm not worried about opening the front door, but I may be worried about someone knocking on the front door and trying to open it. So I guess in that scenario, it would be dangerous for the bird. So I guess I do need to call someone. If you create a dangerous situation, can you get it moved? Oh yeah, it'll get it moved, but you'll also be moving yourself into a jail cell. Argue that I'm a danger to the bird. I don't think this ends. Okay, so I believe this is where I want to go. I think this leads to a power shot area. So, there. I did get the ammo, the power shot. My concern is that I don't have power shot ammo right now. I don't necessarily know where to get it. I'm hoping this spot just has free power shot ammo. Your ship? Does my ship fill it? I'll check. That would make sense. Usually these games kind of throw down enemies that refill your needed ammo nearby stuff. So I'm not too worried. Energy and ammo replenished. You were right. Thank you. That's all I needed. Yeah, so I've hit a real conundrum with that bigger creative project I've been working on. Initially, I just wanted to make like a really concept-y, artsy animation video, but it grew into its own little story that I wanted to tell. And I decided I would try, instead of storyboarding it, I would try to make it in comic form. And it's come along really well. But I'm realizing the amount of stuff I want to do, it would take so long to make... It would take so long and so much money to produce it as an animation. And so now I'm weighing just making a full comic of this bomby OC universe, releasing it, and then seeing if I can use that to jumpstart making like a fully animated series. Because I don't know if it's something... I would, if it was something I tried to do on my own, like ENA style, it would take a long time to really put out anything. And it's kind of making me realize why so many animated TV shows start off as comics. I mean, obviously, it's just easier to adapt something that already exists than go straight into original animation. The right spot, right? I need to maybe go... Can't remember if there's a way to jump up on this side. Wouldn't you use comic filters to save time? What do you mean? Do you mean, like... I don't... Comic filters over what? You mean, like... block everything out in 3D and then just slap a comic filter on it, because that's missing the point. I'm saying there's a story I want to fully animate and write, but the process of animation is so time consuming, it would be easier to just draw it all out, the comic series. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could make a 3D comic, like a comic composed of 3D images, but that would seem counterintuitive, because it takes extra work to make 3D look 2D than it just does to draw something 2D. When you're animating something in 2D, it makes sense to go through all those steps, but if you're just making a comic, why make the extra workload for yourself by starting off 3D when you can just draw it all? It's also just good practice for me on learning to draw, or getting accustomed to fully drawing things. I already think I'm kind of accustomed, at least with characters. But I do need to get better at drawing environments, and stuff like that is way easier to draw than it is to model. Try sculpting out like a full mountain with blades of grass and trees, and pretty soon you'll discover it's easier to learn how to draw. With 3D, you can save on resource bits and reuse the character over and over. Yeah, but you don't have as much... You don't generally have as much control over your facial expressions, or a lot of the minute details, unless you cover your model in, like, lattices or something. Like, things that let you deform the model. It's a big workload either way, but if you're doing a comic, it's probably just easier to draw it all. Hybridize funk. I feel like you were misunderstanding what I'm getting at. I'm not saying I'm not trying to like create a middle ground between an animated series and a comic. I'm saying I want if this is a big project I want to make. I'm wondering if making a comic would create the opportunity to animate it later. Because if I make a comic, and this isn't really the main reason, but if you make a comic, you can release it earlier, you can potentially make merchandise and things that produce revenue, and then that revenue can be used to fund an animation. Whereas if I just try to make a full TV pilot right off the gate without a budget, that's all coming out of my pocket with no certainty of being able to, like, make a full thing. I'm saying I want to, like, kick around a comic, see how it's received, and then try to use that to jumpstart making a pilot type thing. Real long walk this way. Thought you wanted to do a video purely in a drawn comic style. No. I mean, there would probably be a point where I do like a 2D style video, but that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to, like, just creating an original story animation. Eventually. But there's a lot of work before I get to that point. And the thing is, I still need to keep up, like, my smaller YouTube videos. It's so easy for me to sink hours of my day, and it's so far away, into just drawing and, like, writing my little characters and universe, but that concepts don't pay the bills, and it's also... I mean, I like making YouTube videos, too, but I'm reaching a point where I have to balance how much of my free time is pursuing my own ideas and how much is sort of being willing to like do reviews and videos about stuff that aren't necessarily original stories. What emulator is this? This is the remaster on Switch. Came out like a few months ago. And I'm playing it on GameCube controller. What color is the controller? Silver. Silver GameCube controller. I turn the game volume up. I'm also learning another thing about trying to write an original series is 40% of your time is realizing, oh shit, this is just like one of my favorite shows. I have to rewrite it to not be as blatantly copying the things I like. No one warns you about that part of original writing. Oops, I accidentally just plagiarized my favorite shonen manga. Alright, this is the room I was trying to get to, I believe. Praying I'm not wrong. I'm doing the opposite, plagiarizing what I love, but doing it in a modern way. I think if your intent is aware of that, it's not an issue. Also, this is not the room I was trying to get to, but I think one of these elevators is to it. Wait, what the fuck? This is the room I was looking for. Huh. It's a shortcut there. Sick.
Have you tried reading Chainsaw Man again? I know you said you couldn't get into it a while ago. If not, you should. You definitely like it.
I haven't. I just... Can you promise me that the whole series isn't just... What's his name? Shinji? Just Denji fucking... wanting to get laid and then not understanding why that isn't enough? And then a chapter later he wants to get laid again and that's his whole character? That and fighting? If you can promise me that the entirety of Chainsaw Man isn't just that shit, then maybe I'll try it. And I don't mean like things happen to the other characters. I mean the main character. If Denji changes in any meaningful capacity by the end, maybe I'll consider it. It's not that a protagonist has to change, but Denji is a type of protagonist that I cannot endure for the entirety of a manga. He doesn't? Alright, well then I'm not reading it again. I'm not saying you're wrong if you like Chainsaw Man. You can like what you want, but I don't... Not that interested in that kind of writing. The MC... Well, I don't mean like it follows a different character. I mean, does the character you spend all that time following begin to become less irritating? Or shallow? Shallow is maybe a better word. Genji definitely evolves. Okay. I don't feel like I've been hard sold on this yet. I don't doubt that there are deep or memorable moments in Chainsaw Man. X-ray visor acquired. Pretty good. Pretty useful. Probably gonna need the... I bet you I have to walk back to Phase on Mines now. Did all of this just Okay, Trav, I gotta ask, is this 1, 2, 3 thing just you talking to yourself? Because if it is, I'm worried. Been very committed to this bit. No. I'm not gonna police your life. I'm just saying, talking to yourself through Twitch messages is probably a point where you need to touch grass. That's a very harsh joke, but I don't get it. Anyways, yeah, I'm not planning to pick up Chainsaw Man again. Same for me. Look at all the walls. Funk, what music have you been into lately? I listened to In Utero again, but with the Super Mario 64 sound font. So technically Nirvana was pretty good. It's just it's the whole Nirvana In Utero album, but with the Super Mario 64 instruments, essentially. And they replaced all of the screaming with Mario going, and it really brings the album together, I think. Ifon, I don't know what you're talking about. You keep asking that. I don't know what you're referring to. I think you are making that up. What do I do? Oh, yeah. Forgot to turn it on, but apparently there's an option to enable the narrator from the original Metroid Prime. I don't know what that is. Do not have the narrator setting on. But it's a little more faithful than I thought of a remaster. Oh, I was mid-jump. I really hope I don't fall to my death because of this cutscene. Back to the start. At least there's not fighting this time. Not shooting involved. golfing, Dad. Overshooting. You're overshooting on the green. Oh, point of the. Oh. That's the point. Yeah, so I have X-ray vision now. I don't totally know what that opens up, though. That was really the only... That was the only area that I know the power bomb is useful. Which makes me tempted to just go back to Phazon Mines now. X-ray around. It did give me a hint that was also in Phazon Mines. For some reason. Here. We're processing. That's going to be a hell of a walk. I would think... Yeah, short. Phazon. Game will I stream at? Good question. I'm feeling it out. I've got like 10 FPS campaigns I want to beat in the next 3 months. And based on my timing just to beat this game, I'm realizing it's going to take way too long. Oh, there is a shortcut. I can just... We'll have to see what I end up playing through. God, for this thing. You play D&D? Yeah, last week. I play D&D every Wednesday. And last week, my ass got rejected by a Fey princess. So I play a little frog, and we basically walked into this Fey palace on a mission. She was sort of the quest giver. And she made a joke about like, oh, you're a little frog. If I kiss you, will you turn into a prince? And I said, you're more than welcome to try and find out. And she charmed me. She kissed me and charmed my character. And then for the entirety of the session, I just spent it hitting on this Fey princess. And she just shut down everything I threw at her. She didn't want to buy any of my maps. She didn't want to, like, hop in a bucket with me. It was really embarrassing. Very funny. Harassment. Never heard that word. Fantastic lingo. Why would you want to get with a Fey? That's a terrible idea. Nothing's a terrible idea when you're charmed. The funniest part is, I play a monk, and I have stillness of mind. So I could have at any point gotten rid of the charm on myself. Because monks have an ability that lets them literally clear all charms and frightens. And my character was just too stupid to realize that. So, entire session wasted. This is fucked up. So there's... Oh, wait. Okay, I was worried this went to Phazon Mines. I just couldn't get up there. Wait, no. This sucks. So this is a shortcut to where I need to go, but I can't reach there. So I don't know how I'm supposed to get there. These guys are making it real annoying to think. Also, be honest. If you had the chance to be with a Fey princess, you would. Just don't scream out your name during sex. Don't scream her name. This joke doesn't make as much sense as I thought it would. Like a Fey. Is kind of area over here. Probably just like rockets. Fuck that guy. Hate's a strong word. I really hate that guy. I discovered I had 3 out of 4 missions of... What's the last... The 2 cities MVM tour in Fortress 2. Any of that means anything. I had 3/4 missions done. So I went fuck it and I bought a ticket and I just finished the tour the other day to see if I got an Australium. I didn't. I did get kicked for missing $10 though. $10 that someone made fall across the map. MEM hasn't changed much is really where I'm getting at with it. I got kicked for missing $10 after 3 waves of missing none, mind you. I had one team that completely restarted the mission on after wave 2 because we lost the front area. Like the area where you start MVM, we got pushed through the choke. And my team decided this isn't winnable, restart the mission. For some reason. And the weirdest part is, in all of these lobbies, everyone had like 40 tours. So they're smart enough to know that none of that was necessary. Didn't need to restart. They did. I don't get it. Sucks, man. I'm really gonna have to... You know what? I think I have to go to Phazon Mines and then interact with that console in order to create like a drop way. Like I have to open the door from the other side essentially. Sucks, but whatever. I didn't get an Australian at the end of it all. What a waste of tour. It was my 163rd tour. What a waste of 163 tours. I did get a few Australians throughout the years, though. Maybe not a waste. I probably made my money back for all. I never did the math, but if I ran the numbers on the amount of money I've spent on MVM versus the amount of money I've made back, technically I would be down because a couple of my Australians I donated to Toth. So I didn't even make money off of those. But from a purely net gain perspective with MVM, 160 times 4... Like, what, $650, $700? That's so much. And then, you subtract how much I made off Australiums, which was like 5 Australiums. Some of them were worth up to 120, others were like $40. I would say I probably... And then you account for all the other loot. I probably came out down like $80. So I've spent hundreds of dollars playing that mode. And I really didn't make the money back. I might be inflating my numbers. It's possible I only spent like 500 and I made 510. I don't think I made bank. I'm pretty sure I came out down. Dude, I don't even know where to go. I know where to go, but I don't know the fastest way there. Because with Phazon Mines, I need to go to the Talon Overworld. The nearest one there, other than this dead end. I swear... almost certain there's a point between here. I went the wrong way. There's a way to get back to the starting area, the landings. Best Australian you've gotten? Minigun. Got a gold minigun. That was probably the best one I ever got. Unless the... I had an Australian scattergun, but I didn't get that in MVM. Bought that. I think I got like a flamethrower. My options are go through all of this, or go take this elevator and go through a bunch of other shit. It's really not a fun time either way. Goatso Ruin South. That spits me out here. All of the Elders is relevant where I'm going right now. So I would go to Talon Overworld North. It's so weird. Talon Overworld North, I think, is here. Then I'd have to go... Fuck. It's possible I made a mistake and I should have opened this door while I was at Phazon Mines, and that would have let me get there instantly. But because I didn't do that, I'm gonna have to do an insane amount of backtracking. Like, insane. Alright, Trav, I'm gonna genuinely have to ask you to stop doing the multi-account thing, because it's just spam, really, at this point. I'm not. I want to say I don't believe you, but that is some... people would egg on that kind of joke. I'm just gonna say don't do that. Whoever's doing. It's a genuine pain in my ass. But yes, I'm gonna have to... just seems so wrong. I could have sworn... like, how did I get here? No, I did. I walked through all of this to get here. Fuck. What happened to TF2 in Minecraft? I lost the high tower file. I didn't want to so I that again. There's nothing stopping me from picking it up, like making another map or something, but the thing is that mod isn't really The TF2 in Minecraft mod isn't super well constructed. Weirdly enough, it's made for survival and not PvP. So I had to do a bunch of weird-ass workarounds to even get the playtest of Hightower working. And if I wanted to do it again, I would have to... I feel like I need to learn coding or scripting or something. Like, I would need to... At the very least, I would need to be like a redstone and command block expert to get what I want done. And I'm already doing so much. Like in my own free time, just working on videos and my own story stuff. I just would rather spend that time working on something else and not TF2 in Minecraft. So, not off the table, it comes back at some point, but not until I decide that the amount of effort necessary is worth it, or I have the free time to justify it. It looked like a lot of fun. I think if it was working, it would be. But even the Hightower test, anyone that was there will remember, half of it didn't even work. You would get stuck in the respawn room because the game didn't have a respawn system. It was... Like, if you respawned, it scrubbed your class. So I had to create this weird chamber spawn room just to refresh people's class. And if 2 people died at the same time, it would break. Half of it's just that the mod is weirdly kind of primitive, and the other half is I'm not that great at workarounds in Minecraft. So, yeah. If I ever bring it back, I'll probably just, like, commission one of those Minecraft experts to make it for me. Or at the very least, I'll work with them instead of trying to do it all solo. It's too much of a headache to do on my own. Yeah, the Swiftwater map. So here's the thing. I've discovered the Swiftwater map on my second PC, but my second PC ran like shit, so one day I factory reset it without backing up the files, so I lost Swiftwater. I lost the Swiftwater and then recovered it and then lost it again. Travesty. I think that should alleviate the thing I said to stop doing. I mistyped one of them. Right, halfway through my walk backtrack. Yeah, to this day, it's still weird that my most viewed Which VOD is of the TF2 on Minecraft with like 200,000 views. A lot of kids thought that one was like an ongoing series and not just a man bumbling random mods together for an afternoon joke. I didn't ban 2. Banned everything 3 and onwards. Have you played the Titanfall 2 campaign, FUNKe? Is that a real question? What's Titanfall 2? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say yes, I have played several times, actually. I think it's one of the greatest FPS campaigns of all time. I think the high point... I will say there are some slogs in the Titanfall 2 campaign. Nothing that's bad, per se. There are a few areas where it's like you get stuck at a sniper choke point. Where you get cramped in a little room with a hole in the middle. And above a certain difficulty, it's kind of counterintuitive to Titanfall, where it's like, oh, I can't run on walls to beat this area. I literally have to, like, sit in a corner and spam. But the high points of it are so good that it's still one of the best. Goto Ruins West. Here. So I get here, and I'm trying to get to Phazon Mines. Probably have to go to Magmore. Probably would have just been faster to go this way. So here's the thing. I have the mental brain capacity to beat this game. I cannot fucking fathom an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old average GameCube consumer at the time of release beating this game. Not because it's difficult, but because it's kind of a headache. Because I literally, like, okay, so I gotta take this elevator, which goes to which color again? This one, and then I gotta go over here. It's just... Either this game was not... I guess it was probably intended more for, like, teenage COD audiences. Like, it was made expecting only people willing... I don't know. I don't know who this game was fucking made for. Because I like it, but it's just a headache. Like, I can think all of this through, but I don't want to. I don't want to think this hard. Because it's not even really problem solving. GPS. So either I'm a Dumbo, which isn't entirely correct, because there's definitely a few shortcuts I didn't open for myself. Or maybe the map was made really unintuitively. I could swear I'm getting close to the end of the game. I feel like I have all of the upgrades that I've been hearing people mention. Not an upgrade that I've heard anyone say that I don't think I have already. You have one major power-up left and the key quest. I do see there's one scanner and 2 hand visors that I don't have. If these are to be believed. Wait, there's a red door. Okay, as I say that, I just found something that I can't enter yet. Oh, you know what? The grapple. I don't have the grapple yet. You prefer coconuts or green apples? I feel like those have wildly different utility. Because, like, coconut and chocolate can work really well. But what are apples used for other than eating an apple? Like an apple pie? I feel like coconut, you can make coconut milk. You can have just a raw coconut bar. You can put coconut like on a drink, I guess. I feel like coconut, I don't like coconut on its own. But there are things that I like with coconut. Whereas a green apple, it's like, okay, I like apples. There's not much else to write home about. Going to Phazon Mines. Phazon Mines West. Like I'm going south. South. It fucks me up so much that they get rid of the compass. The compass. When you're not in minimap mode. It would be so useful. I feel like if I could have improved this game in one way, it would be not require the player to open up the minimap so much. Whether that being fast travel or just a better on-screen navigation system. Feels like the on-screen navigation is really lacking. Unnecessarily, too. Why? Why hide the compass? I'm lazy. I'll remove the health bar. Just to not have to do all that jumping. Appreciate that. Yeah, I know that I know what the grapple things look like. I'm assuming the grapple is the next upgrade I get. There's a lot less red doors, so I kind of assumed there's not as much exploring to be done at this point in the game. But I'm realizing there are a lot of, there are a lot of grapples all over the map, but I'm guessing those are just for backtracking, not for, opening new areas. For completionists that are going back and clear. Also, I'm supposed to have, what? 12 of those ancient gears, and I only have one. Am I doing something wrong? Have I been missing them or not picking them up? Because I swear I'm supposed to have, a shit ton of those. Guess I'll find out once I run out of explore. Out of the way. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that I just find them all in one place. So I don't have to... You know... Half tempted to go back and save. because I don't know when I'm going to get the next save point, but I do know I passed one up here. Rather than risking dying, especially because I'm in Phase on Mines, I'm going to go back and save. I don't want to risk having to walk all of Magamore again. Favorite yogurt flavor? It's the same as my favorite ice cream flavor. Actually, that's not true, but I was going to say key lime. Key lime yogurt. My favorite ice cream is pistachio, but I don't think they make pistachio yogurt. Untapped market. Is gelato worth it? Gelato just like a more runny sherbet. Just like a half cello. I think you're splitting hairs at that point. No one. If you mean you're at the store and you're deciding between an ice cream and a gelato, it's purely texture at that point. Because flavor, they're the same thing. Just have different texture profiles. So it really just depends how neurodivergent you are. Or if you've had ice cream so much you want to change it up. So that's like one of the most insignificant decisions you can make in your life. Am I gonna buy ice cream or gelato? You're not deciding between a hot dog and a hamburger there. The choice does not matter. I'm not criticizing you, Funk, but this game looks like garbage. I didn't think that... Why would I think that's criticizing me? I'm not criticizing you, Funk, but I think the developers of Metroid Prime were way in over their heads. I actually am quite offended by that. Now that you say it. Because I actually worked on this game. I spent 6 years of my life. You know the sound effects that Samus makes when she shoots? That was me. I spent 6 years perfecting those sounds. So I am offended. I also have 5 Guinness World Records. You didn't know. Where I'm going, but I know this requires red door. Red soul. Say the classic line, Funk. The boat is blue. It's really funny. The ASL app I've been using to learn sign language, what it does is it shows you a sign and then it shows you the sign and then it quizzes you. Like, what does this sign mean? But in the videos, the people are very clearly mouthing the words they're saying. So you can pass the entire sign language course just by reading their mouths. Which seems like not intuitive for an ASL learning course. So I have to find a new one because one's too easy to cheat on. Go even higher? We get much higher? So high. Can get much higher. Not too bad. The first time I'm actually looking at this little reference model they give you. Actually pretty useful. It's on. I wasn't guessing, but I was looking at the actual pillar, and then when it got around the corner, I was just hoping that I turned it. I was just sort of counting how many times I turned it instead of looking at the lines. I wasn't guessing, though. It's just like looking at it without the replica. Wow, that was so quick. I just got like 3 upgrades in a row. That's actually kind of insane. And new extras in the main menu. This is the best day ever. I don't know how to use the grapple. That's cool. Probably just have to look at the grapple thing. Yes. No one knock me down. Please. No one knock me down. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Every time I'm in here, I thought this thing, like, lowered. By the way, we're, what, 2 weeks out from that TF2 update? Maybe a little long. I think the cutoff date is the 1st of May? But I guess they didn't say when the update's happening. But we're getting close to when that summer update comes out. There's probably not a... So my expectations are nothing. Obviously, my expectations are we get 3 community maps and a pretty good hat case. But I think my deepest hopes, like if I were gonna, if I was gonna shoot for the moon on this TF2 update, I would say maybe they rebalance a few weapons. Maybe they look at some of the weapons that are underutilized and decide to buff it a little bit. Sun on a stick stuff. I think that's shooting for the moon with the update. There's not evidence to go off of. We just know they said they're making an update. And I don't think it's out of the pot. I don't think it's like insane to imagine they would do that. My only concern would be like usually back in my day when developers actually booted up that game, there were people that would just stalk Valve employees on Steam and see when they're in-game. And even if they were playing on, like, private servers, people could tell, oh, there's, like, 16 Valve employees in TF2. And people would infer that means that they're testing something. But I haven't heard any of that. I haven't heard any, like, oh, a bunch of Valve members have been spotted booting up TF2. Which makes me think that they're not really testing anything. There was... People saw Eric Smith, guy who created TF2, one of the guys. He is the guy. He was in like a pub. And that's cool. But I don't think they were like testing weapons. It is possible that they have been testing it, but they just are, you know, staying low profile about it. Being offline on Steam or something. But usually Valve historically hasn't been that secretive about their booting up a game to test a whatever. Which makes me kind of think I would have heard something. Robin went to a community server with his son. Nice. So, trying to remember how to... I think I need to go downwards. I need to go... downwards, but do that, I gotta go back where I came. So I have to turn the train again. Wait, I already did. I have to... Did I get access to CS2? Dude, I haven't even played CSGO since it was called... There's nowhere for this joke to go. No, I haven't. I haven't played it. I haven't played since CS 1.6. I think it's cool, but I was never that much of a CS head to begin. I do love the memes, though, of people comparing voice chats in Valorant to CSGO, where you just have Russian guys screaming at each other, blasting music. Then they switch over to Valorant, where someone is going like "Ara Ara," and it makes me respect CS a little. It makes me appreciate it. I already respected it. I think another complaint I have about Prime is that you can't rotate... Well, I guess you can. You can't really rotate the mini-map that easily. You can spin around, but if I need to, like, look up or down, I have to open up this menu. Why is there not a... There should just be a way to utilize that corner map a lot better. Don't you unlock Morph Ball Jump when you get Morph Ball Bomb? Yeah? You can jump. I've been jumping. Where am I? Oh. I guess I'm back where I need to be. Though I haven't hit a save point. You guys want to hear something funny? It's not like a funny... I learned that there was a clip of a former president. Well, just listen.
And the greatest band in the entire universe, really talented people, the music of Weezer. And now, it's Donald J. Trump's Lopez Tonight.
You might think, oh, that's probably like AI voice, right? No.
And the greatest band in
It's
the
real.
entire universe, really talented people, the music of Weezer. And now, it's Donald J. Trump's Lopez Tonight.
So if you ever needed a reason to hate Weezer, officially Trump endorsed. Not my band. And he didn't even just say, really good band. He said, maybe the greatest band in the universe. Trump thinks that Weezer is the greatest band in the universe. According to 2004 Lopez Tonight. Announcer voice. And it's taken me some time to really grapple with that. Mentally. It's even funnier that everyone that hears that, if you look at the comments of the video, no one thinks it's real. Because why would you? And according to the YouTube video, former presidents rate Weezer albums, apparently Trump thinks Pinkerton is overrated. Extra based? That one's not real. That one is AI voice. I think. I could be wrong. He does really like Maladroit. FUNKe, A, move your hand down. B, are you a Jimmy Carter fan? You want to try again? My options are A, move my hand, or B, be a Jimmy Carter fan? I don't even think... Jimmy Carter? The former president? Oh, you're asking me to do two things. I thought you were saying, like, either move your hand, or I'm gonna cancel you for liking Jimmy Carter. I thought it was like a threat. Yeah, I don't... Who is he? Is he like the Peanuts guy? Is he the guy that, like, gave up a peanut farm to be president? I guess I respect that. That's the only thing I know about Jimmy Carter, and it might not even be correct. Wonder how possible it is to stealth this game just by killing things one at a time with ice. Must be possible. I've already, like, read all of the lore. They're just growing mushrooms to feed their pirates. Don't remember how to open the door, though. Jimmy was the second president from Georgia. Oh, sick. Nice. Actually, that's not nice. And he had a peanut farm? I don't like where this is going. According to my family, I'm, like, related to Grover Cleveland in some way. Who I've also learned is probably a bad person somehow. But then again, every president is a war criminal, so there's not really a president that it's good to be related to. They all kind of suck in some way. I don't mean that in a centrist way, I just mean objectively. Oh, what? So X-raying reveals an invisible platform? That's beyond the realm of science. I say as I turn into a morph ball on a giant mushroom being attacked by a brain parasite. I draw the line at invisible platform. And I also wonder now, would this area have been completable without X-ray if I just knew about those? It would have. Great. Not speedrunner friend. But, ooh. Yeah, I guess I'd probably need the X-ray at some point anyway. Crossing wouldn't have done much. I kind of wonder why they give you the grapple so late in the game. Is there still enough game that they can really use the grapple for puzzles, or did they just kind of decide they couldn't? It seems like with every other gun, I guess the grapple is just... It seemed like the first 10 hours of the game, every time they gave you an upgrade, they dedicated a whole area to it. But then they just gave me 3 upgrades at once. And I wonder if that's just for... I guess probably to pay off for Phase on Mines. That area being so difficult makes more sense now. This area being more difficult. And the reward is just really speeding up the upgrades. It just seemed like such a change of pace is all. Usual Megamore? Huh. Okay. Thanks for telling me that as I hit a dead end. Real useful. I'm not even done with this area. You ever want to see how similar old politics is to new politics? Do research on the election of 1824, 28, and 32. Shit was a slander fest, real immature. Just like today's election. I think people overestimate the primitiveness of, like, human cognition. Yeah. I'm a big brain. I use, like, 3-syllable words. I think in the grand scheme of humanity, if you're someone that, you know, believes in, like, evolution, politics is like, what, 1,000 years of our lifetime? And we've kind of existed as sort of post-monkeys for, like, 40,000 years? 30,000? Like, the origin of, like, really what society we know today is. In some way, smart. Politics is just really kind of new. So to realize that politics 100, 200 years ago weren't that different from today, it's not that surprising. Because we're genetically really the exact same thing we were in 1850. We just have more societal rules on how we act. Like, our moral compass has generally changed, but we're still just as prone to, like, misinformation. We're still just as tribalistic. So on one hand, we are smart. I think we're smart enough to not be as dumb on a granular level, but I think on a societal level we're not. I think individuals are capable of being that smart, but that doesn't translate to every individual being smart. Opportunity to not be a dumbass is not the same as not being a dumbass. All that just to get through a purple door. I should be freezing. I guess I'm kind of a dumbass. I haven't been freezing the Metroids. I also think, on a genetic level, most people... I'm gonna stop saying humans as if I'm not one of them. I think people want to relegate responsibility so that they don't have to think about it too much. Like, the whole idea of a president and a senate and all that is... I mean, I guess there's a lot of reasons. Like, it wouldn't be practical to ask every single person their opinion on a policy change. You have to have representatives. But I also think psychologically people don't want to have to think about that stuff generally. And it's really since the invention of the internet that people are realizing that it's kind of important that you do anyways. Like, historically, people just like, alright, I trust this guy to make a decision for me. I'm gonna let him make decisions, and I'm not gonna follow his career, what he's voting on, and double check him. And now we're at a point in a news cycle where you kind of can hear about what everyone's doing. But it's hard to, there's... I guess an excess of information can create more misinformation. Because on one hand, it's easier to fact-check your politicians, but on the other hand, there's way more... I don't know what the right word is, dissemination. There are people that are, incorrectly describing events. People that make good policies get reported on as a bad policymaker, and vice versa. I'm kind of just speaking out loud, and I'm not really politically active, so to speak. But I guess I'm just... We have all the utility to be politically active, but we just genetically don't want to be. Because, like, for most of human existence, not everyone needed to fact-check the tribe leader, you know? Just let the tribe leader do his thing, and if he fucks up, well, not like anyone else can be the tribe leader. I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. And that's why we're not that different from 100 years ago. It's easier to control the media. That's part of it. The thing I was trying to get at, while also figuring out where to go. I was saying it's hard to verify what's true and what isn't true. Like, someone who's making policies you totally agree with, you might read something that makes you think they're bad at their job, or they make terrible policies. But I don't have, like, examples. So it's hard for me to speak as if I really know what I'm talking about. Also looking for an elevator. Happening. Clearing out Phazon mines. And discussing why Grover Cleave terrible president. He did get elected twice, but he didn't get elected the election after his first term, which was interesting. He got elected, and then everyone was like, nah, fuck this guy. I want someone else. And then someone else showed up, and they were like, never mind, I miss Grover Cleveland. But he didn't really do anything interesting at all, so no one remembers him. I feel like no one remembers any presidents past the last 5. Like, they're not really discussed historically, save for the big one in Washington. So I guess I still can't go through the red door. You need to go to Magamore. I know most all of them. Okay, Days, who was the 27th president? You have 10 seconds to answer. So I know you're not Googling it. 27th. Go. 5, 4. You don't know them by number? Okay, name a president that most people here probably don't know. And give like a really generalized synopsis of the importance of their legacy. Of their cultural impact on America. In one sentence. Calvin Coolidge. What did Calvin Coolidge do? What was his campaign promise? Was his campaign promise rule of cool? Calvin Coolidge, rule of cool. He wasn't important. He was the president in the Republican era between World War I and II. Okay, I guess that counts. I never specified they had to be important. Fair enough. Fair enough. You could be making up a name. And I wouldn't know. Oh, sorry. Badass is having trouble with the door. Huh? Aw. Guess you're not fat, you're just really tall. Later. It would be funny if I died before I got to a save point. This might be my least favorite room. Count this as a room. These elevators, because I always seem to end up in them when I'm least should be. I'm most hoit. Hoit. Oh, not the meat. So many. God. I was just trying to get to this... Here. I'm so fucking dead! God help me. What are you here? Fucking door! At the fucking top. I'm so confused. Paparazzi. A Calvin Coolidge story is that since he was so quiet, one woman at a dinner party told him that she bets she can get him to say more than 2 words that night. He responded, "You lose," last and only thing he said that day. Did he do that while standing in the Sigma male pose? That's how I'm imagining it. That would make a good Sigma male. Also, yeah, he just like me for real. Go. Okay, I made it to a... Well... I should be good to save. As long as I don't get shot in the back 4 times. 3 times. Made it. You like Bomberman, Funk? Would it shock you to learn I never played Bomberman? Never. I played, like, games with Bomberman minigames, but I never played the original Bomberman. If it was on the Dreamcast, I might have. I didn't have an N60. Up, please. Thanks. Yeah, what? Bomberman just disappeared to come back. I feel like you could make a really fun bomb-based game. So now I gotta go to Magamore. Oh, fuck. I gotta go through all this shit again. I gotta cross the whole... right? Mines, Chotso, Ruin. Unless there's a faster. There is. It's possible. Okay, it's possible going to Chotso is faster, because then all I have to do is cross here. So it depends where in Magamore I need to go. South or east? Where is this? South? One is south. God, where am I even? Self. Kyoto Ruins. Go. That's not going to be fast. I think I just got to go. Got to go to Magmore. Because the other. I'm going to walk. Bro, where the fuck am I? It's an entrance to Magamore in Talon Overworld. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. Saying it's at the other side of it. Just a headache because I have to walk through like 12 rooms to get. My options are pretty skimmed. I know you're ethnically Italian, but did you grow up culturally Italian? No, I grew up more culturally Irish. But that's because my grandpa, the Italian grandpa, like... Let's just say it's not like a pretty story. I just don't think he was a great father or grandpa. So I never met him. Whereas my grandmother, who is 100% Irish, she was really the breadwinner of that side of my family. So she brought in a lot of her Irish heritage. Like praying to Saint Anthony whenever she lost a trinket. Saint Anthony is a saint that, I don't know, he's like the saint of finding your car keys when you lose them, I guess. That in a lot of St. Patty's Day. Take an elevator without... But yeah, there's not not really much Italian. I know all of my aunts and uncles grew up in New York, and they sort of had an indirect... I don't know, like, how Italian is, but they definitely have sort of the loudness of an Italian family. But culturally, there's not a lot the pasta stuff going on. Which makes it even weirder that I have, like, a super Italian last name. Like, why did you pick that name and not the Irish one, then? I think I know what my last name would have been if it was Irish, but I don't know if it would be doxing myself to say. But I will say between Giardino and the other two potential names I could have had, last names, which is either my grandmother's last name or my mom's maiden name, I think I got the coolest one. It's not your last name, it's not doxing. No, but it's information about my family tree. It could theoretically make it easier for someone to, like, I don't know, hit on my grandma. And if that's something I should avoid, I want to. I will just say it would have been a really Irish last name. My mom's maiden name. That one would be doxing, because that's like a security question. It's like what they ask you when you lose your password. I'm not going to tell you that. But that one's like really southern. So my options were southern as fuck, Irish as fuck, or Italian as fuck. And I ended up with Italian. And I don't mind, even though it's a lot harder for people to pronounce. Vaguely means Italian. Vaguely means garden in Italian. Yeah. I've told the story of my last name a few times, but it's kind of interesting. So there was like a family tree that was called like Giardino, and then they moved to America, and then they kind of split off. Like, it's an Italian family, right? So there was a lot of them. So they kind of scattered across the US, and they all changed their names slightly. Like, some of them were Giardino, Giardino. They just changed the vowels slightly. So there's like a bunch of slightly different versions of this last name, and they all technically mean garden, but they're all different. And also, someone at Valve has the last name Giardino, but I don't think we're that related, because I asked him. Our families are from different areas. Use a fake name? You mean like for the maiden name? I'm not gonna give you a fake name, because then at that point, not telling you anything. If you just mean like make up my own last name, I usually just use garden whenever I'm like ordering food or something, and I don't want to bother explaining it. I just write down garden. Oh, you mean for my security password? Okay. Well, again, at that point, I might as well just use a different security password. I'm saying if I say the maiden name on stream, I'm doxing myself. I'm not doxing myself by using that as a security password. Because only I know it. And I would hope those websites encrypt that information. Garden would be it'd be a cool, like, stage name. How in touch is your family with their past? Also, yeah, that is cool, knowing the far-off roots, your origins. Well, the thing is, my family is, like, what, third generation to America? As far as I'm aware, my grandparents' grandparents, other than being dead, I think lived in Ireland, Italy, respectively. Well, yeah. No, they lived in Ireland and Italy, and then they came to America when my grandparents were, like, kids. So they kind of migrated as kids. And then they had my parents, who then had me. That's on my dad's side, though. My mom's side is, like, deep, deep southern. I don't think they've, like, ever been out of Georgia. Which is probably not good for my DNA makeup. They've, like, always been here. Wait, fuck, no! I could have grappled! Wasn't even much faster. Wouldn't even be much faster to grapple. It's on a little farm in the middle of shit nowhere, Georgia. Yeah. I don't even know who I'm named after. You say the middle of nowhere, Georgia. Are you? I'm guessing you're in, like... I guess I won't dox you. But I have a... There are definitely a lot of areas in Georgia where it's just, like, nothing. 2 hours. Would be great land. Great land. Agamore is where I'm headed. I've just kind of totally forgotten. Okay, over here. The highest... a one-way. Ball out? Bro, I'm always balling out. Hand jump scare? That's not a hand jump scare. This is. I still need to fix it so that it can totally encompass the screen. It's just like, it default. Why does it fucking RuneScape teleport out? I didn't expect it to morph like that. My hand is morph balling. Alright, now I gotta go, gotta go all the way here. On my south. Try some VR hand tracking. I don't know if those exist. If I'm playing VR, I'm just using my index controllers. Not putting on a VR headset and then thereminning my mocap thing. Don't know if those games exist. Hold on, there's a bit of dust on my gun. Stain. Okay, I'm kind of understanding why there's all these grapples. Or rather, I thought like they just added the grapple late game, just like an extra like backtracking feature, but there's a lot of rooms that become a new room with the grapple. This though. I don't think I can make. Thanks, clean yourself. I'm figuring out when the next out. There are some model updates getting from Ibon on the Bommy model that should let me to really honestly level up my expression game. Most of the expressions I do on my 3D model, it's just through sliders and nodes essentially. But I don't have a lot of ways to deform and morph it. But getting an update soon that will let me do even more. But I gotta figure out if I'll have that done in the next few weeks for the next video, or if it's... What's up with your obsession, fascination with frogs? Okay, so one... You're referring to this guy? That's a tonberry. That's not a frog. That's a Final Fantasy enemy. I don't know what it is. It's like a lizard. Dude, I wouldn't call it a fascination. I only reference frogs when I'm talking about my D&D campaign. For some reason, people ask me about frogs a lot, but I'm not like frog obsessed. Oh, by the way, there was a frog in my backyard today. That's all. Fat. Fat frog. Really, though? Yeah, no, I just... Literally, I just play a D&D character. It's not... If you think it's like a persona thing or something, I wouldn't... I don't perceive it that way. I don't really have a personal connection to frogs, aside from the fact that I like Googled them while picking a character. Also, I just raised all of these and I can't get back up. Okay, maybe not. Want to know why I'm obsessed with frogs? It's because frogs make the greatest marshal in D&D because they just have free fucking wall climb at all times. They have a free poison condition. Well, not free. Eventually, they start beating the con save. But once you hit level 8, you can force the poison condition. So you have a free poison condition. You can also breathe underwater, depending on how your DM rules it. But frogs can hold their breath for 7 hours, so my DM lets me effectively breathe underwater. Also, you get like a 15-foot high hop and a 25-foot long hop. You just have so much like free mobility. Except you don't get mobility feat as a monk for some reason. But you can unlock it later. Well, you don't get evasion, but you can get mobility. It's just a really good... You never see people play Grung, really what I'm saying. But you should, because it's fun. Sounds busted as hell. Oh, no. Not. 5e? Pretty sure marshals are just worse than casters. 5e. It's kind of... It's tough to get a lot of value. Like, monk... So here's the thing. I'm not an expert on D&D. Some people think monk is, like, the weakest subclass. Well, the weakest class. Depending... Some of the monk subclasses are either the weakest subclass in all of D&D or the strongest, depending on who you ask. And I think Way of the Sun is one of those. Where some people think it's the worst, other people it's the most broken, depending on who's... But I'm a Way of the Hand monk, which means I'm kind of a pseudo-healer. And it's fun, but it's not broken. The only thing broken about it is, like, Stunning Strike. If you are really good at landing your Stunning Strikes, then you can incapacitate a lot of creatures. But a good DM will just send shit at you that can't get stunned. And then your best ability is now useless. So, I think it depends on how your DM plays. If your DM doesn't know how to counter a monk, really good. If your DM knows how to balance, then probably not getting more value than anyone. Yeah, Grung is the real frog. Weird, it says it's something in this room. But I don't see the door. Counter is designed with the intention of countering and negating player abilities. It depends. A DM, it's fun because it makes you have to play around it. It's not fun because it makes you feel like, well, that was so dumb. It's not fun because it makes you feel like, well, all of the things that make me unique are now irrelevant, so I can't use any of my strengths to beat the battle. But a good DM doesn't just shut down every ability. They have fights that shut down some strategies while allow others. And every encounter is different. It would be boring if every single encounter I played as a Grung monk was in places without walls and with unstunnable enemies. But not every encounter is like that. Only some of them are. It also depends on what you're playing. If you're playing a Gygaxian campaign, where your DM's goal is quite literally to hard counter you and kill you, then that's what you signed up for. If you're signing up for a campaign that's just casual roleplay goofing around, then it's going to feel really weird when your DM is trying to mind game you. Just have to know what you're signing up for. Because either can be fun, but only if it's what you prepared for. Ooh. 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 Interesting. I can... What's the point? I can, like, go on the electric dark areas. I mean, I'm not complaining. This is just... You know those... You know when a game has an area where you have to climb on the walls? Like, you have to shimmy along the walls? That's what this is, but actually fun. Take notes, Lords of Shadow. Plasma beam acquired. Look at that. Now, I have the red door. Okay. So that's... Unless this is... I feel like I nearly have every upgrade now. All that would be left is... I have one open slot on each, but I don't have question marks or anything either, which makes me possible that, gearing up for, like, the last area. That's aesthetic, there's only 4? Oh. A little interesting. Or why. In that case... Progress. I know... I know if I go back to phase on mines, there's a red. Red and Talon over. I'm guessing I have to go back to phase on. The super missile for the ice beam. Bye. What is nearby? I'm gonna go hit a save point. I go. I feel like it's not out of the realm of possibility I finish the game tonight, but I feel like it'll also playing to like 3. And I've been kind of doing this thing where I draw before bed. That's the thing that's been keeping me up. I'm weighing whether or not I'm willing to sacrifice that to beat Prime tonight. What do I usually draw? I've been practicing my realism. Still like practicing muscles and all that. But I did like a self-portrait. Been like drawing from references of real people. I feel like I'm starting to get to the point where I can draw what I'm trying to draw, if that makes sense. The first few months of me getting used to sketching it's like I'd have a really clear image in my head of what I'm trying to draw, but I wouldn't know. I didn't know the language of drawing well enough to do it. And it's not like... Well, I guess it is partially like not having a great understanding of depth, but also just how to prepare. Like, I always would try to just draw the final product of what I'm thinking instead of drawing the perspective grid in the circle with a nail in it beforehand. And now I'm really good at... Well, I'm pretty good at doing all of the preparation. I'm just happy with my progress. What I want to learn now is shading. I have like a big bundle of a bunch of different thickness lead pencils. I'm trying to learn how you can do different shading with different pencils. Sketching's hard for me. Sketching's fun for me, but cleanup is hard. I don't do a lot of coloring or doing final lines, but that's mostly because I don't have a way to get my sketches onto digital other than taking a photo. Because I still haven't bought a tablet and I don't have a scanner. So whenever I want to take a picture of a photo, I have to literally pull my phone out, take a photo, and then the photo ends up upside down somehow because of my phone. So I have to go into a photo editing app and I have to rotate it 180 degrees. It's just kind of a pain. And then if I take it at an off angle, I have to take another photo. Or if I have to change a detail, I have to draw it and then take another photo. It's just a lot of extra steps right now. So I've mostly just been sketching. And then saving those harder efforts for, like, animating. 3D, like, Blender stuff. Okay. I'm going to phase on mine, right? On mine's... Well, I'm pretty close, actually, right? Okay. Right over there. Monk needs to go to Kanokos? I don't know. I go to Michael's. I go to Michael's craft store. I think I go there like once a week now because I buy these really big... I don't really know how to quantify it, but imagine these are like actual... Like, pretty big sketchboard, you know? And I use that, and I've burned through 3 of them now. I'm going through like 1 a week because I'm doodling so much. The place where you can go to computers. Oh, to like scan stuff? I guess that's an option. It's more so I just haven't desired to scan anything yet. Because but I probably should. Did not save. I entered this area, by the way, so... Real fun. Why there? How am I even supposed to open that? I bet I'm not even supposed to be here. Like an exit, isn't it? Control system lies on the other side of the gate. God damn it. I have to go here. Really far. I'm probably gonna die before I even get out of this. To be fair, it's probably faster to die here than it would be to try and collect health. Oh, I died. Doesn't go dead end. I worked with colors yet? No. Well, I mean, not substantially. I did buy watercoloring stuff, but I haven't committed to it yet. I have done some digital art. Stuff I can't really show because it's stuff that's gonna be for videos and streams. But yeah, I've been trying to learn how to do a style that is kind of a mix of neon with watercolor on black canvas. It's maybe less watercolor and more just painting on black canvas because it's tough to paint on dark. But I've been learning how to do that. I found something I really like. Like, kind of finding my style, I guess, and I have a good idea of what I'm going for here. So, kind of landscapes. Oh, you know what I did? Sounds trippy. It looks like it looks like one of those idle screens on a casino, like a spin-to-win casino, and you have like a genie flying across like a desert, and it's like blue and red, which is a really terrible description of what I'm trying to do, but it's fun. The other style I'm doing is more misty watercolor. You've ever seen like 53 Shades of Tokaido, otherwise known as that place the Pinkerton album art comes from? Which I guess isn't necessarily watercolor, but kind of it. Or if you've ever seen the anime Mushishi, there's a lot of really sick watercolor landscapes. Just sort of like grass and trees with a lot of white mist. That's kind of a style I've been learning to do. At least for outdoor areas. You have any inspiration while finding your style? Yeah. I tend to sort of amalgamize a bunch of different inspirations, and I try to balance it so that it's not distinctly one of them, but it's also cohesive enough that I could kind of pin it down as my own style. And obviously I have a long ways to go there. But really need to go down. There's definitely a lot, like, I'm not gonna lie. I think if there was an art style that I could just not copy paste, but I could like perfectly emulate and then sort of morph into my own. I always loved the way Hiromu Arakawa made Full Metal Alchemist, the manga. Because she has these really intense expressions of anger and sadness, but she also will do a lot of like chicken scratch little funny doodles. And she's really good at having both very, I don't know, full range. It's not something that it's not same face, because everyone looks like their ethnicity. And it can be goofy and serious. There are some styles where it's like, it's hard to really go off model and not make it. So I've done like a lot of drawing of like Envy and Roy Mustang, just trying to kind of learn how she does her art. So I think I gotta go up. I mean, I think clear, like, the most like palpable influence just based off of my animations, like TF2 and Wind Waker, right? Which those have very hard edge blocky art styles. And you think like Panty and Stocking. I like that kind of art. I like sharper, thicker borders as opposed to thin, rounded art. But I also want to be able to do both. I don't want to be an artist that just finds one style and then can't do any. I want to kind of learn the basics, which I hear is like the best way to learn art in general anyways. Trying to develop a style, you want to understand a lot of styles and not just the one you want to make. Because it can help you sort of evolve what you're trying to do, make it your own. You know about Christian Todd Talley, the dude who made the art for Anatolia. Dude's just a comp sci teacher from Cali, but has a website with his art. I have actually looked at his website. And I love that, whatever you call style of art. That hatching style. Where you just have super curvy, wavy lines in excess. I have looked at his art, his website before. It. I think I like definitely aspire towards like Araki's later years of art. Like, you look at modern Araki and the man is more than talented. Genuinely a savant of interesting poses and character designs. And I haven't done a lot of drawing of JoJo characters, but I think any artist that has drawn the JoJo nose probably undeniably has to give Araki, like, chops for their influence. Guess I'm going this way. Are you really an artist if you haven't drawn the Araki nose, honestly? Have, like, 6 lines across it. What's the Araki nose? It's literally just he draws a bunch of lines across the nose of his character. Here, I'll pull up an example. I mean, I could probably pick any character from Part 4 onwards. But, like, look, you have these little, lines, right? Let me pull up another example just so you understand, like, the recurrence of this. This is Jotaro from Part 4. This is Jolene from Part 5. You got the lines. You got the Iraqi nose. And just, you might be thinking, well, Jolene and Jotaro are related, so maybe it's just them. No. You look at, like, Part 5 characters, they also have the Iraqi nose. And it's just a really effective way, because, like, how else do you draw a nose, right? You draw the edge of it to show, when the character's, like, turning their head. But when you have a straight-on expression, your only other option is, like, shading it. But Araki does this thing where he draws those lines, and I guess it's meant to sort of convey the shading, or, like, the reflection on a nose. It's just his style, really. Where they really saved the best for last here. I don't know about you, but I'm partial to art only describable as staunchly schizophrenic. like Ratman from Portal 2. I thought you just meant chicken scratch, but you mean, like, literally, like, late... Who's that one artist that, like, did art of themselves when they were going through dementia? Picasso or whatever. You're talking about that borderline, that just insane style where it's, like, really abstract and not one-to-one with reality. Vaughn? I'm not sure. But I can kind of imagine what you... I definitely like that style too. Right context. I don't know if I would, like, design my entire art style around that kind of thing, because, one, probably not good for my mental health, and two, also, sometimes you want to preserve the details of things, not have it interpretable, which I know in art is inconceivable. I can't tell what's damaging. Ugh. Fan of the art style that Studio Trigger goes with. Crisp lines and the super poppy stylized color palette. Yeah. I mentioned Panty and Stocking earlier. Was Panty and Stocking Trigger or Gynax? That was Trigger. Yeah. I really like how it was Gynax. Well, I feel like it, based on the timeline, it's probably close enough to also apply to Trigger. But yeah, that's... Trigger has, like, a very... Unless you count, like, Darling and the Franks or whatever, but they usually have those really thick, sharp edge outlines. Kill a kill. Stuff that's really good for conveying motion. Fast, sporadic motion. I mean, I'll say just in general, my favorite type of art is a mix of realism with cartoonish logic, which I think is kind of why TF2 always appealed so much to me. They're just really fun characters to animate because you can really exaggerate their expressions and their body motions, but at the same time, there's sort of this realistic uh, nuance to how they move. They twiddle their fingers when they're moving around. They like if you go back and watch Expiration Date, just the expressions of their mouth, the way when Spy's holding back a laugh, the corners of his mouth sort of wiggle as if holding back a feeling. There's just a lot of little detail that is expressed both through the animation and the visual design of the characters. Their big-ass fucking hands makes it really easy, or at least intuitive to, you know, animate those big, exaggerated hand motions. Fuck. I want to watch Kill la Kill because I have heard fantastic things, but I don't want to feel like a pedophile. How do I go about this? You know, are they teenagers in that show? I watched it when I was like 18, so I didn't feel weird about it, but I never thought about that. They are teenager. I mean, there are adult characters, but I don't know how to answer that. I think you just need to be more secure in your own sexuality. You can't watch that without thinking like, am I a pedophile for liking Kill la Kill? It's a TV show that's well animated. Would you feel like a pedophile for watching Mean Girls? I think you just have to accept the premise and accept a layer of detachment from it. Because obviously it's made to... What's the word? Market to, like, teenagers, horny teenage boys. But that's not... That's the marketing end of it. There is a lot of soul to the writing. Well, there's a lot of soul to the design and the animation. And the plot obviously serves to allow for, like, fan service. But that's... The entire show isn't fan service. There are animes where it's clearly, like, just pedophilia bait. But Kill la Kill isn't a slice of life cartoon about skimpy teenage girls. There's kind of a world plot with pretty well choreographed fight scenes. Which is kind of what I meant by you need to be secure yourself when you're watching media. Because if all you can, you'll ruin a lot of otherwise good media for you if you're not willing to touch it, because it was marketed to teenagers. Because here's a big spoiler alert: probably 80% of all, at least all animated content, in one way or another, curated for teenage boys. Otherwise known as the majority share market of that kind of content. Take it from a former teenage boy. Now adult man. I think the better shows are usually more all ages about it, and they don't make it just, you know, appeal to one demographic. But that's kind of just the truth with a lot of stuff. At least historically. It might be a little different now. Now that the stigma is a bit different. I watched Chainsaw Man and I felt extremely uncomfortable by the adult women flirting with Denji. Oh, you're gonna hate Evangelion. Or love it. Depending on how sex-deprived you are. It was alright. Don't go in that hospital! Excuse me? Was that a rocket? I have 20 HP. I really want that rocket. Hot, hot, hot! Hot, 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 hot. I'm fucking 1 HP! It was, you know what? It was worth it. Worth it. Hope this guy can't shoot. I mean, should I even... Oh, I just got a health bar back. Alright. It's alright, everyone. Hopefully more of those spawn. Missile after they freeze, they'll missile? Like a charged power beam? That missile? Good idea. Oh, ow, ow. Fan of war stories? Realistic, depressing ones? I don't know if I would... I wouldn't say I'm not a fan, but that's not exactly a type of media I've, pursued. I like war strategy stuff. I was playing like a war game with myself, writing a story. I don't want to spoil anything. But I was writing a scenario where a couple of characters kind of need to sneak past a bunch of different watchtowers, essentially. But if they did it in a certain order, they would get caught. So they had to sort of concoct a strategy to cross all of these watchtowers. And it's actually really fun because you end up... I think stories are interesting when the characters have to literally like sit in the middle of a piece of paper of a map, coming up with like a strategy on how they're going to approach something. I like that element in stories. Like in Avatar when they decide they're going to like... I don't want to spoil anything, but they're going to like approach some Fire Nation areas underwater. Stuff like that. Strategies with a logical conclusion. Yeah, it kind of is a math question, but a not boring one. Some people... I guess that is in itself another challenge to... a really weird spot. If you fall, you're up. Unless it serves a narrative. I don't find math in its own, on its own, interesting. But if I'm doing something like trying to beat a game and I have to strategize, like, do I have enough missiles to beat this boss? Stuff like that I enjoy, because there's sort of a valuable information at the other end of it. Not someone that would probably find solving an unsolved math question interesting. Not a fan of the fact that you don't get a double jump grapple. I have about 2 more falls before I die on the way. Guessing I just crossed. Maybe you jump before the grapple? Maybe there's like an X-ray thing. Just, I especially feel like the low FOV makes it hard to understand the whole grapple situation here. Definitely making excuses, but like, I don't really have any good concept of what is or isn't far enough. Like, okay, I can double jump there, but not the last 2. What was I doing wrong? Can't jump that way, so I got... I have to jump that way because if I fall again, I'm dead. And I don't even know what I did correctly. It wouldn't... Wouldn't let me double jump. Don't understand. Understand why there's a difference. I'm cutting out a lot. I probably have my noise gate too high. I just raised my microphone. Now I'm really loud. Testing. Test. Bleh, bleh. Blap. Ugh. Whatever. Kind of accepted that I'm just gonna die here. Even if I make it across. Don't get it. I don't get it now, but maybe I'll get it next life. Come on, come on. They just... It's crazy how they just predict where I'm going to go. Every time I try to morph ball across a room, they fall exactly where I'm trying to walk to. What? Why you came out of the fucking morph ball backwards, Samus? Please just turn around. I hit the wrong one. Stay frozen. Okay. This is so painful. Where's the upgrade that gives me a second gun strapped to the back of my neck? And just every time I shoot forward, it also shoots out the back of my neck. That's what this game needs. I like it when FPS games that you play on controller have a button to just auto turn 90 degrees. I feel like that's kind of an essential part of this controller setup. Because especially in this game, I've found the problem is you come out of Morph Ball facing where you're rolling. So if you're rolling away from a pack of enemies, you're coming out of the ball looking away from them. Which usually translates to like 1 to 2 bars of health lost minimum. Probably shouldn't have done that right over the bottom. A lot more help this time. And back where I was. Just about. It's a lot of health, but if I fall, I'm losing it anyways. Wouldn't you know it? First try. How does he do it? Ow. How did I fail that? I guess I must do it again. I guess I spoke too shroom. Oh, FUNKe, I messed up. I did it right the first time. But there is a condition that lets you double jump, but I don't know. What? It's weird to me that, like, there's a situation where you don't get a double jump. Like, is it if you let go too early? At least I have the health to not justify, but to survive falling 12 times. So weird. It's like, there's a button that lets you sort of grapple earlier than the timer, and I guess maybe doing that lets you double jump. But if you just wait too long, you'd lose the chance. All I can think of. I really shouldn't be swapping focuses mid-fight. Just makes them both survive longer. Pew pew. Um. Okay. It's so weird to remember this is a platformer every, like, 2 areas. Like, you'll go through a whole area where it's really nothing but shooting and scanning. And then they remember, like, oh yeah, you're supposed to, like, hop around. And then you just get 4 straight minutes of platforming. I'm not complaining, though. I like it. I like it when it's understandable. Have it. You notice no one's ever made a Doom-like, or even a Metroidvania, where you play as a pacifist? Like, you just go around Steven Universing all of the enemies? We don't have to fight! And then at the end of the game, you get... You know how, like, usually enemies respawn when you kill them? You could make a game where you befriend everyone, and then when you backtrack through a room, they just wave at you. Like, oh, hey, man. Hey, Doom guy. How you doing? Yes, they have, sort of. Would you like to describe a name? Because I don't... Fashion Police Squad? I know what you mean. I don't know if, like, having a clothes beam counts as befriending. I guess it does. I guess they're still alive. I meant more like you debate club every enemy until they agree with you. You don't just shoot them, but with a happy beam, which is what that is. Data suggests that Omega Pirate lifespans are critically low. High levels of phazon exposure are causing rapid cell degeneration in all test subjects. No subject lived longer than 2 decacycles in our simulations. Their lifespans must be increased to be cost-effective. As we continue to observe the development of Project Helix's elite pirates, it becomes increasingly obvious that these warriors will usher in a new era of space pirate dominance. They're incredibly resistant to damage, and their ability to transport and wield so many weapons at once makes them the ideal mainstays of our ground forces. Though they're not as quick as typical pirates, it makes little difference. With a platoon of elite pirates in the vanguard of an army of normal and flying pirates, we will have a near indestructible backbone that should turn the tide in any engagement. Field tests indicate that the system is very effective against beam weaponry. Inability to handle missile attacks. The Omega Pirate... Shoot Omega Pirates with missiles is really what I got out of that. It stops being a Doom-like when you substitute shooting for dialogue. Well, no, you have a gun that shoots words, and then they have a gun that shoots words. And I guess that isn't much different from Fashion Police now that I think about it. I think there's an Enter the Gungeon gun like that. A word gun. It sounds like something that would exist there, at least. Indicates partial control system damage. That means something, probably. Yeah. Oh god. It's a boss fight. This dude stole my color, my drip. Oh, interesting. I can actually shoot through his little Sigma absorption beam with missiles. This almost feels unfair, but I'm guessing he has a mean as hell phase 2. Oh. It got me this far. Haha. Got your nose! I got your nose, buddy! Actually, it would be a good idea to just break the left arm first. That way, I can missile the rest of them without waiting. In theory, anyways. In practice, let's find out. I feel like I'm doing really well for a first fight. According to the health bar, I really have not damaged him fucking at all. I'm realizing I think I'm doing really well because I'm supposed to shoot him when he doesn't have armor. I kind of just assumed armor was the entire fight. Everything makes a lot more sense now. And I just ran out of rockets, so I now cannot do the cheese. Boy, I learned that lesson a little late. I think he's absorbed. Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure only the... Oh, it does. It can damage any... For one, he absorbs anything you shoot at the right hand. I'm just trying to deal with that hand first so I don't have to shoot it. But second, I thought I could only damage him with missile. I think he's just weaker to missile. Unless that log was wrong. Or I misread it. Jeez. It's so much harder without the missiles. It's so much harder. It's just hogging me. Alright, fuck it. I'll deal with it last. Better than this. Oh. So it's just a don't shoot me, boss? Like, if you're gonna make a mini boss that's a don't shoot me gimmick, okay. The boss is also a don't shoot me gimmick? I like that I'm only mad once I lost my cheese strat. What happened? I was standing on blue, wasn't I? I was standing on blue, but I had X-ray on, so I didn't see the blue. The good news is the save point is like a room away. So, kind of better to reset, I think. Right? Fuck. I'm already lost. Been 4 seconds. I get the feeling it might... I wonder if it might be better to save the bombs until his armor thing's off. Power bomb? I don't... Every time I've used the power bomb, it has not damaged enemies. So I genuinely think it's not going to do anything. I'm willing to try. You were right. That totally... I'm sorry. You were right. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, I do have to kill them first. Wait, what? Okay, I'm a little confused then, because there's like no damage. Like he's still full health, so where's the damage condition coming from? Nothing. Yeah, I don't... I'm gonna have to keep... experimenting. Because last time I got to this point, he at least took damage. Oh my god, they're fucking yellow. Which weapons? I thought maybe he was regenerating and I needed to shoot him during this phase, but no, there's something I'm missing here. And I'm out of power bombs. I don't even want to just do me in, man. The power bombs do take 40 seconds off of that fight each. You have to but that's what I was doing. I don't doubt you, but both times I took his armor off, I put on X-ray, looked for him, and he was nowhere. So either he's on the ceiling, which he might be, or I just got really unlucky and he was conveniently out of my range every single time. Hey. Like, what? Yeah, he's not in this room. He's only visible when you're close? Oh my god, you're right. And now I gotta deal with the minions. Maybe I can deal with both at once. Yeah, that's weird. I guess X-rays having a distance kind of makes sense. Okay. Backed myself in a corner just to not pick up an item because it despawned. And I'm out of power bombs, so next one is gonna be oh god, I thought his phase was over. Okay. So weird. Wait, he has multiple now? What the fuck is happening? The boss fight never did this last time. I kind of just assumed he would have armor immediately afterwards. I guess once you get him to a certain damage, changes it up. Well, now I know what his second phase is. If you hit him enough, he keeps doing it. Oh, so I was just chaining them. Yeah, I wasn't prepared. I was just sitting there waiting to shoot more bombs. Good news, this is the one. It's so the one. Want to see me turn human instantly? Instant demorph. They're real evil for making X-ray be blue and then filling the room with blue puddles of damage. It is like maniacal. I swear I just heard him go, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" I think he's mad. myself up. Wow. What a waste of time. Omega Pirate, or like Omega Lol. It seems like I can shoot those things, but they haven't broken, and I don't know if it actually does anything. Man, it's hard to find an opening. That just bounced off his leg. Ugh. Not making nearly as much progress now. Oh, I did just get a ton of health back though. Time to lose half of it to the pools. Okie doke. Dealing with you first. You piss minion. Ugh. Three really seems to be the deciding factor on whether I get any damage off. 3 minions equals total time waste. Also, I killed this one just out of the range. Just out of the range of the pickup. Maybe it would be... I think I should save the what is it, power shot for the minions. Because once 3 start spawning, it doesn't really seem viable to kill them with a gun. And still have time to fight him. So I'm gonna try just saving that for minions. Piss trio? I prefer to call them the piss triplets. The pisslets. Hey FUNKe, how you doing? Pretty solid. Pretty good. I ordered chopsticks off Amazon and I ate nochi with them yesterday. It works pretty well, surprisingly. Nochi is just like little balls of potato. It's a type of pasta, essentially. But I always noticed it's kind of tricky to eat them with like a fork or something, because then you get a bunch of them. When sometimes I just want to eat like one. Fuck off. Fuck off. I did eat them with, not a toothpick, but like a little skewer. A little wooden skewer. That's how I used to eat them. I would kebab the nochi. But I thought, isn't this kind of what chopsticks are made for? Like more precise grabbing of food? So I ordered some. You know, some chopsticks sell for like 150 bucks? Crazy. But I think that's like a really special kind. That'll like preserve the detailing even after washing. I didn't buy one of those. I bought like a $20 set of chopsticks. I'm not saying chopsticks are a skewer. I'm saying, wouldn't a chopstick be better for what I'm trying to do instead of a skewer? That is, picking them up one by one. My point is that a chopstick isn't a skewer, which is why I got it. I'm not skewering the food on my chopsticks. Also, God, fucking controls are so confusing. They're not. I'm just angry. All mad. Get mad, Justin. It's got me messed up that there was one time I was making him do this. I was chaining him to always be stuck. And I can't replicate that. I thought of getting wooden chopsticks, but I think supposedly the metal ones leave less of a taste on the food. Whereas if you eat with like wooden, you have sort of that wood aftertaste. And I didn't want to risk it, so I just bought like some metal ones. Second 3 of them start spawning is the second I'm gonna start just power bombing them. Oh, I chained it, kind of. Got him to do it twice. Okay, I couldn't chain him, but I did at least preserve a lot of health doing that. I'm so fucked. And to be completely honest, I have to hold my... The GameCube controller's triggers are not light. They're not easy to hold down for long durations of time. And I just have to, like, death grip my left trigger this entire fight. Which does not feel healthy for my middle finger. It was my index finger, but I changed it because it was getting painful. Also, dude, get off my jock. Fucking... I probably said fuck more during this fight than I have the last 10 streams combined. I'm not entirely convinced that his guns can be shot off. Let's go. It's like 3 shots from the fight ending. No, I didn't get lucky. Oh, I got really not lucky. Hey, wait. So he's 3 bars from dying, and I still have 4 full health bars. 4.5. I'm not too worried. And I just ran out of rockets, so gotta make this try count. I'm gonna predict they're ice. They're gonna be ice boys. They're wave boys. That's an ice boy. That was 1/3 correct. What's up with his mic audio? Boy, I sure would love more information than that. Because that's not a lot to go off of. I'm louder. Phazon suit acquired. Wonderful. Does that mean, like, I don't get damaged now? Sick. I don't see it. But it says it. See a door. Yeah. That boss fight wasn't so bad. Thought it would kind of tedious. But once you learn how to use your Phazon bombs, once you learn how to clear the minions fast enough, it's not too bad. These guys are blue. Nice. I don't know if that really, like, opens an area or anything. But cool. In terms of where I'm going now, that's a little up in the air. I don't think the remake has more content. Pretty sure it's just the base Metroid Prime 1, but upscaled. They didn't, like, add cut content or anything. This seems like the least useful suit in the game. After every other suit kind of... like, there's a lot of water in the overworld. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of Phazon in the overworld, especially since I just finished the area where all the Phazon stuff is. I can't really think of a spot to go now that I couldn't go before because of the blue. It also provides damage reduction. That sounds more useful. I said upscale kind of as a joke, but they definitely did kind of redo a lot of textures from scratch. I don't need to complete this ragdoll, funny ragdoll. I don't need to complete this room, I just needed to kill everything so I could stop and think. So, I'm not going all the way back down there just for an item I probably don't even... a missile expansion. I guess I'm looking for red doors, really. Wondering if there... oh, there's still the purple door I could never get to. I think I think this might be blue. Ruined Shrine. That might be worth it. So ruins. It is a cool looking suit, I won't deny that. There's another red root cave. If I had to pick somewhere, I kind of want to go to Talent Overworld. Because it seems like whenever you're lost, going to landing site isn't a bad idea. Alan Overworld. Go to Magamore, or I could climb all the way to the top. Or climb. Especially because I'm staring at an elevator. Black suit with the red trim is looking pretty drippy. That's, as the kids would say, no cap. Respectfully. Alan Overworld South. I gotta walk. Not too far. Really just forward from where I am. Okay. Gotta go to the highest door. Hope this, like, stayed in place. It didn't. I gotta remake everything. What do I need to get the missing spot next to here? This. I don't think I need anything. It's just, like, I already have it. It's just a... That room isn't in the direction of where I'm going. Like, I could hit it, but it would be kind of out of the way to do. I mean, to be honest, it might be easier than having to redo this whole elevator. In theory, it could end up faster. And I'm kind of tempted to go that way, so I don't have to bother doing this. I'm gonna do it your way. The columns were not set up for me to get to the door I needed to. I would have had to spin something. That's what it looked like to me. Whether or not it's true. Doesn't free. Oh yeah, this is another missile expansion that I ignored. I think. Or no. Not be. Oh, rude. I would nuke your ass right now if I had a nuke. This is really rude. They're so close to me that my damage isn't registering. Oh god damn it, it's a Bendesium gate. I don't have... Oh... Um... Wow. All the way back. I'm happy that these rooms feel so much easier now that I have all this stuff. Because it was such a pain before. I guess it's also because I'm doing it backwards and I don't have to rush. I kind of get why they capped it at 4 beams, because it's already a little annoying. Not annoying. It's a lot having to switch between 4 beams against enemies that only take 1 damage, and I feel like 5 would be pushing it. 4 is the upper limit of how much you can sort of force me to constantly change. If it was 5, a headache. So what is this? Flamethrower? I thought it would be something lame. I thought it would be a lame thrower. That's not lame at all. I don't know how to use it. Super missile. It's pretty cool. I think I need more ammo to use it though. Like 10. That was worth it. It was totally worth it. I'm glad I went this way. Stay out. Will probably help a lot on what I assume to be the final boss. I kind of get the vibe that the next boss I fight will be the final boss. I could be wrong. Sort of my impression based on how far I feel I am in the game. A save. I do not want to lose this flamethrower. That's a cool suit. No cap. For real, for real. Up, please. Going up. Grinios raid. Hi. Don't ask me to do anything fancy with the hands. That's really the most I can do right now. I appreciate it though. And just blazing through some Metroid Prime Remaster. Do the thing where you put the hand really close to the tracker. Okay? You guys want to see how much I can contort my body? It's not nearly as mangled as it was before. Ah! You ever given yourself a Charlie horse? Works for both hands, just to be clear. But I'm holding a GameCube controller, so you're not probably going to see it unless I think of a funny joke involving my fingers. So I'm going to Chozo. I'm right here, everybody, right? I'm right here, and I gotta go up here. So I gotta find a way to climb up the tree and walk over there. This on PC? Nope. It's on the Nintendo Switch. Because Nintendo only deals in exclusives. They deal in exclusives so much that if their game is more than 10 years old, you can't even play it anymore. Because they don't even port that shit, unless it's a remaster. Then they do. You know, every 6 years, you get one of those, maybe. I feel bad for anyone that, like, can't play Pokemon Ranger. Because where are you gonna get a Nintendo DS from? I feel like a Ranger would work really well on Switch, too, wouldn't it? Because you can just draw the little circles on the screen. Maybe not in play mode. Maybe not in, like, TV mode. And Pokemon Ranger is better than 80% of Pokemon games. So you're really missing out. FUNKe, were you a Wavebird elitist or a Mad Catz chump? I don't like the use of the word chump there. I thought Mad Catz were really memorable. Can you even describe what a Wavebird's looked like to me? I'll tell you what a Mad Catz looked like. It looked like a 7-year-old alien science project. Like, the Mad Catz was an alien making a shitty baking soda volcano. That's like their equivalent. They came up with the Mad Catz. And you know what grade they got for that project? A C. For cats. That's where the name comes from. Magma pool. Can I walk on magma with the Phazon suit? I wonder. I kind of forgot where I was going. I know there was a room that I suspect has this blue stuff called Phazon. But I sort of lost track of where it was. I think it's in the Talon Overworld. I think it's not. I mean, I guess I could. Oh, wait, no, this is where I was looking. Ruined Shrine. Pretty much just Cardinal West, it looked like. If I know which way west is. Quiet ghosts. The real question isn't Wavebird or Mad Catz. The real question is, does anyone in this chat know what a Game Shark is? Because if no one does, then I'm officially old. Yes. Oh, thank God. It's not the nursing home for me quite yet. I put a Game Shark. Maybe it might have been an action replay. I made it like a code joke in one of my videos, which back in the old days, if you wanted to do a cheat, you didn't download, well, you didn't necessarily like download a program or insert a, I guess there were in-game codes for cheats, but you would have this big chunky peripheral that you would plug into the back of your Game Boy or your Nintendo DS called a Game Shark or an Action Replay, and you would have to like input this long ass string of characters. You basically had to type out 4 license plates worth of letters and numbers just so you could walk out of bounds in Pokemon. 20-year-old man worried he's old. Okay, so for the record, I think most 20-somethings just make jokes about being old because, to be honest, probably the median demographic of Twitch is probably like 16-somethings, which is okay, but comparatively, you get called old a lot in your 20s. But moreover, I'm 26, so I don't know how long I can cling on to the whole in their 20s. There's a point where you stop being 20-something and you start being halfway to 30. So I'm not trying to ride the 20-something title for longer than I can, because I think it's going to be stripped away. People are going to start rounding me up at some point, and I'm just trying to preemptively accept that. And you want to know my honest opinion? Everyone I know that's in their 30s is hotter now than they were in their 20s. I can't understand it. Maybe it's like a taking care of yourself thing. There's like a lot of mythology that like you peak in your 20s. Every 30-year-old I know is hot. So take that how you will. I'm actually excited. I'm actually excited to grow up. And I don't say that jokingly. I mean it like pretty literally. It seems like when you're in your 30s, you start to internalize like the passage of time, so you're more willing to, I don't know, groom yourself. You're more willing to purchase deodorant. And I do agree, 29 is still in your 20s. Especially to people like in their like, I think as you get older, the more you know that like, I mean on a literal level, I feel like everyone is young to some capacity. Even old people, there's still a soulful fire in there, you know? Like I'll be at my gym sometimes and there's older folk, gray hair, like considerably older, that are way more fit than I am. So I think grooming yourself is a big part of it. I think everyone should strive to be the best groomer version of themselves possible. Wait. And agreed, Egg. I agree. FUNKe rephrase. I have to be completely honest, Electromag, and I hope you don't take offense to this. For the last hour, I thought you were a bot. Like a Twitch bot. Because every 10 minutes you would say, like, see you, X name, in the exact same phrasing. And I started thinking, did I, like, add a bot that says good, that responds to everyone that says they're leaving? So it caught, when you just responded to something I said, and it made my heart skip a beat. Great job, gamer. Yeah. I thought it was a bot. And you know what? That's on me for making assumptions. And I respect the can-do attitude. I can't even get where I'm trying to go, I don't think. What if we're all bots? I mean, on a metaphysical level, we are designed with a very one-track mind. So we're not much different from a bot. I mean, would you compare an ant to a bot? Does it just sort of has one motive, and that's build its little hive? I'd keep going with this metaphor, but I'm getting dangerously close to comparing humanity to ants, and that's getting to like a very, very anime villain level monologue that I'd rather not do. Also, I could get here for a while. I just never bothered to enter this door. How long until bot is a slur? I mean, if you want to be literal about it, if it ever becomes a slur, then it already is a slur. And you gotta remember, those bots, they remember everything. So they're gonna remember, they're gonna have this VOD, this entire chat log 20 years from now. We're all gonna be answering for our sins. NPC is already a slur, is it? I guess, but that's like used in a derogatory sense. I guess bot is also used derogatively. You think about it. What sins are we paying for? The sins of gaming. And brother, I'm the biggest sinner of them all. Wow, it only took me 9 hours to get my second Chozo artifact. This is the artifact of Life Giver. The 5th of 12. Cool. That makes me worried that I've been skipping a lot of those. I'm gonna tell myself that I just couldn't get the other ones until I got more items, but like I've only picked up 2 of those and I feel like I'm almost at the final boss. So what happens? You know what it is? I'm gonna get to a point where I've completed all of the fights prior to like that artifact door. That door that I need to open with the artifacts. And then I'm just gonna have to run everywhere picking them up. So maybe I'm gonna be methodical and clear every unopened door I can. You're a good way away from the final boss. Oh, that's very relieving. I'm glad that it's gonna take me 19 hours to beat Metroid Prime instead of the predicted 13 of GameCompletions.net. I'm so happy to be an outlier of that statistic. You ever go on those websites where it's like, average completion of this game, 13 hours. 19 if you're a fucking troglodyte at it. If you ever read one of those, just remember, I'm that third option you're reading. I'm that troglodyte. Is troglodyte a bad word? It sounds like it would be a slur, but I don't think it is. I think that's like a medieval term for dimwit or something. Is this a blind playthrough? Yeah, it is. It is more or less a blind playthrough. Oh, that's good. The power of our temple and the 12 artifacts has sealed an evil in the depths of this planet. However, the future is cloudy to us, a world of veils where dark apparitions flit in the shadows. Within this strange world, one image stands out in the mist, flickering through the landscape wraith-like. It is a human, a lone figure shining in the toxic shadows. We Chotso do not know what it is, but our hearts swell with hope at the promise of that glowing light. We will place our faith in our shrine. We will be there when the light shines upon our land. Is Samus like the fabled hero the same way Link is the fabled hero? Or is this more like a Gordon Freeman situation? Where she's just sort of the right woman in the right place at the right time? Where it's like, not necessarily her, but she just happened to be the one that showed up. Sort of. Sort of. Well, good news is I got some cool stuff coming back here. The bad news is now I don't know where to go. Those were my two leads. So I'm kind of just scouring the whole area for unexplored. Maybe I go there. Maybe I go eastward. It seems like the best strategy in this game is if you don't know where to go, just go to an unopened door and wait for the game to give you a hint. So I think I'm going to do that. Especially if it helps me find some artifacts. She was the mother that stepped up. The species that raised her were nondescript levels of prophetic. Okay, that's vague enough. I can run with that. Just different enough to not be a prophecy. Also, man, my nose is so stuffy. It's still completely bipolar weather in Georgia. It is still 80 some days and then 40 at night. And 40 on the days of some other days. Quite know where I'm hopping. Now I do. Wait, houses are basically holes. Okay, backtrack. Troglodyte is a term for a cave dweller. That really... So it's a slur for cavemen. Okay, so then it's okay because they're gone. The caveman became us, so it's a slur against ourselves, so it's okay. Also, houses are basically holes, so are we. That's deep. Hey, did you ever stop to think that the usefulness of a door isn't that it's a door, but that there's a hole in the wall? The usefulness of a door is the nothingness that exists in the wall, when you think about it. Stick around for more deep philosophy. Yeah. The doorway. The usefulness of a doorway is the lack of a wall. Okay, here I think what I'm thinking of is a short circuit sound effect. The usefulness of a house comes from the holes that allow you to enter. The usefulness of a house is the hole in the wall that lets you enter the house. You know, someone actually leaked the model for Xavier Renegade Angel recently. Like, they found the actual model from the TV show. Gone before its time, mind you. So I'm hoping we see plenty of Xavier Renegade Angel memes in the future. Georgia is a forgettable state. Parentheses, I live in Georgia. Name a popular American movie, live action, from the last 10 years, and it was probably filmed in part in Georgia. At the very least, pretty much every Marvel movie was to some capacity filmed in Georgia. You know why? Because of the tax benefits, baby! So we're pretty good for that. I wouldn't say Georgia is forgettable for people who pay taxes. I think it's pretty forgettable. You know, the beam swapping is really sluggish in this game. Sometimes it feels like you have to press the button twice as hard for it to actually register, even though that's not how the buttons work. It's just the best way I can describe how it feels to change weapons. Like, you click it, and then you have to click it 3 more times. Okay, I don't really know where to go now, because that was the door that I hadn't explored. But now those doors are no mores. Never mind. Here's a doors. Great Tree Hall. That is south. That is southeast of me. Would I recommend the remaster? I never completed the non-remaster. Only like 30% of it. But I would recommend Metroid Prime with the caveat that it seems to have a lot of the unfun backtracking of a Metroidvania. I don't know if they improve that later in the series. I plan to find out at some point once I get to it. But right now... I'd recommend it if you're someone that doesn't mind a bit more thinking in a game. Because you really have to, like, navigate. The navigation is probably the most controversial part of this game, if I had to guess. It is not a game you can shut your brain off and beat. There's going to be a lot of points where it's like, where the fuck am I? Not even like, where the fuck do I go? Just like, how the fuck do I get where I know I need to go? If you're okay with that, then I recommend it. If you're someone who doesn't like Metroidvanias with a lot of map checking, then I recommend it. Because if we're being real, combat in this game, serviceable, nothing to write home or remember. Like some of those best Dark Souls fights, yeah, I already regret this comparison I'm drawing. But you think of like your favorite combat-oriented games, Dark Souls, Metal Gear Rising, whatever, and there are really memorable moments. Like really memorable boss fights, really memorable mechanics. This game doesn't really have that. Can't really name a mechanic from this game where I'm like, wow, they struck gold there. Like, there's 4 types of guns, and each of them opens different doors. And sometimes the enemies will only die. There's sort of a dichotomy of this game can be confusing to navigate, but it's not at all confusing to actually play. He says, struggling to open the fucking door. What is going on? Door. Oh. Open sesame. It's also hard to tell how much of my Metroid Prime begrudgment comes from just the era of games I'm playing. It feels like games have evolved beyond this kind of meticulous backtracking. And so it's hard to know if that's a fault of the game. It kind of came out before bonfires were a thing, right? If the save points in this game functioned as a bonfire, I think I would recommend it wholeheartedly to anybody. But lacking that feature, it's just, it feels dated. It's like Metroidvania before people figured out how to do a 3D Metroidvania. I wonder why. I wonder why the first 3D Metroidvania struggled to establish itself as a Metroidvania. Maybe not struggled. I don't know how well the game performed. Return artifacts to gain access to Impact Crater. That's something. No fucking shot. It's telling me... I walked all the way through this, and then the game was like, hey, by the way, you skipped something. So I can either... Where am I even going? I'm gonna go here, do this, and then I'll go back. I'm already too far. Rump, I don't really make videos just playing games with friends these days. I mean, I wouldn't expect it, but that's not to say, it's not like an active decision to not make stuff. I just don't really play games like I do. I think Prime 2 has fast travel rooms that were usually next to the save point. Yeah, I kind of assume the later Primes will address my issues with Prime 1. And given the time frame this game came out, I'm willing to give it some leniency. Like, if Prime came out today, it would not... It would be a deeply flawed game. But for something that came out in the 2000s on GameCube, pretty good. It's not timeless. But I also think you have to view it as, like, it inspired many things after it, and the things it inspired kind of did it better. So even though this is good, probably seen better iterations later. Even if it's just like Dead Cells or something. You didn't skip anything, it's guiding you where to place. Okay. I was more so pointing out the timing of it. Like, I walked past it, and then it said, if you return, you'll unlock something. I already knew I'd unlock something, but I also have the impression that I need to get more of them. Glad you like the hand thing, Cacti Jack. Yeah, I pulled it out kind of as a... just as a joke. Because I talked about doing that once, but I've... It's actually kind of It's actually kind of handy to have for whenever I want to literally direct attention somewhere. And I don't have to have it on all the time either. And I also have a million ideas of jokes and interactive things to set up. But since no one's, like, already built the software for that, I have to, like, figure out how to do it first. The handy thing wasn't intentional. I kind of just walked into that one. But I was being very literal with that word usage. I feel like puns are going through the troll face phase where they are sort of funny again. Are you saying the troll face was ever not funny? Because I was on board since day one. Day one. When it was made on, like, September 1st, 2011. I've been on board since September 1st. I don't know when it was made. But God, it must have been forever ago. Even 2011 kind of sounds early for Trollface. Now that I say that, Trollface feels like a 2008 thing. Maybe earlier. There's a little blue door. Totally know how I'm meant to get to it. Probably a grapple. Oh. Doesn't seem like I can get there. My only other guess is that maybe this is an exit door for somewhere else, but where else would lead to there? Like, no other doors in this area. Don't know. Trollface was definitely 2008. I remember there was a popular club on Roblox with a prevalent user-created ad. There's no way you're not fucking with me because I don't believe for a second that Roblox existed in 2008. I need you to cite that. You have to cite your sources right now. There's no fucking way Roblox was around that long ago. That was pre-Minecraft. Roblox was around 2006. Hey Google? Hey Google! Wake up! Hey Google, when was Roblox created? September 1st, 2006. Oh my god, you're right. That's insane. Okay, you were right. It's hard to believe. It must have been a completely different game. And I came all the way here and I can't even go in that river. Was the same game? Damn. Ahead of their time. September 19th, 2008. Holy shit, I was actually close. I said September 1st. Nice. I did say 2011. First guess, though. Okay, I guess I just can't go to this door. It feels bad, man. But I guess I gotta go back. I don't really know where to go now, then. Other than, like, back to the artifact area. I never actually played Roblox. Like, I might have booted it up once. But never actually played it. Not extensively, at least. But, like, that's not something I associate with my childhood or anything. I gotta go all the way back. And I probably don't even need to go drop off the artifacts, but I'm kind of curious. I'm curious if it maybe opens one door. I wonder if their business practices were nearly as predatory in 2006. Or maybe that was before they realized all of their child labor potential. I think that was when the devs still had a sense of financial morality. I do be on the grind set. I do think I'm going backwards, but I'm on the grind set. They didn't have any DevX program. I was saying it as a joke. There wasn't a slim chance that anyone at Roblox was making money in 2007. Isn't it like an insane number though? Like the corporation Roblox makes like 70 million a year or whatever, and by contrast the creators that are producing most of that is making like 7%. Like they take an insane cut of all the money, the revenue generated by user content. 2.25 billion. It's genuinely nuts. Yeah, I do watch Bomber. True. Hey, you caught me green-handed. To-do list. Add a RGB colorizer to my hand. Or just a red hand. Ooh. The only thing I know about Roblox is someone made a TF2 mod that is weirdly and unnecessarily accurate. Not surprised. Just impressed. Going the correct way. Correct. Correct. Really, all they need is just a way to sort of make this mini-map twice as big. And I probably would have saved an hour of my playtime. Because it takes, what? One Mississippi. It takes a second to open it and a second to close it. That's 2 seconds. How many times does a player probably open this throughout a playthrough? Like, 700 times? That's 1,400 seconds. 1,400 seconds divided by 60. That's like more than 1,400. That's like less than 1,400 minutes. That's like a lot of minutes. It's like 20 minutes, maybe? 20 minutes of just this. Seems like a number you could cut down substantially. Simply don't open the minimap. But that information is too essential. If I don't open the minimap, then I'm just adding 20 minutes by getting lost anyways. On 100% runs, they saved an hour in Breath of the Wild because the Switch got a software update that made load times faster. Yeah. Seems right. Samus, this is terrible for the environment. She just has her ship running 24/7 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 thrusters. She has 8 thrusters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. It's solar powered? Oh yeah, is it? I must be missing a few of the panels because they're not here. I think Samus just doesn't care. Even if it was solar powered still isn't good for the environment. It's just less bad than coal, I think. Probably. Citation needed. I don't know if there's like... Is there really a waste from solar power? Because I know with nuclear energy, there's kind of a waste product, but I can't really think of a waste product generated by solar power. Heat? Oh yeah, I guess heat. But wouldn't that heat have occurred either way because it's coming from the sun? So it must like turn it into something else. Ick. Ick. Mostly production. I would believe that. The production of solar panels is probably more wasteful than the usage of them. Did I never pick that up? The first artifact I just fucking left there. No wonder my completion percent is so low. Stared that shit right in the face. I scanned it and then just assumed, like, oh, that's the example. That's the example of the artifact. Oh! Is this... Wait, are these... It tells me where to find each of them? I think? Or is this ones I've already gotten? In one of Talon's far corners, a grove of life lies. Reveal the pillar beneath the waves to find the artifact of Chotso. Okay, nice. So it is... I'm guessing, like, these are the ones already gotten. So I need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I gotta get 9 of them. Oh man. I did so much of the game. Well, the good news is I can probably go anywhere. I have everything, so I can literally just go find everything one by one. The thing is, it is 1 a.m. and I've been streaming since 8:30. I've been going for like over 4 hours, I think. So what I kind of want to do is end the stream here, and then I can finish this game on my next stream, because I know what I need to do. I'm pretty sure I can go get it all at once. So I think I'm going to call it here, and then next stream I'm going to finish this game for good. I'll start a little early, just in case. Knock out all 9 of these, and then be done. Probably move on to something else. But yeah, it's late. So... I already saved, right? I'm gonna walk back and save again, just to be safe. I think I already... Yeah, because I did the whole bit about her burning fossil fuels. So yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Feels like a good stopping point. So thank you to anyone that subbed, chatted, lurked, or you know, just stopped by. That's gonna be it. I'm thinking. So tomorrow, well, today, Wednesday, I have D&D at 9. So it might be tough to finish this game. So what I think is I'll probably finish this on Thursday. If I stream on Wednesday, it's not going to be Prime. It'll be something else. Just something short. And like always, I stream every Tuesday and Friday, and I post on Twitter and Discord whenever I'm scheduling those. So that's where you can find me. And yeah, I'm heading out. Take care, live long, live well, and see ya. Deuces.